Yo. What is good, guys? What is good? Hope you guys are having a great day so far. Nice rip across the board. Now we're kind of coming back up after that little lull that we had for lunch. He's trying to go vertical out of there. I want to see that clear 13, though. Yup. Get out. Get up here. Getting close to a gold cross and Novavax as well. Hawaiian Electric. Watch out on those YOLOs. And I mean for like next week. With the end of the fiscal year, I want to see that T+2 data from Friday. So I have a bunch of 15s that I got for dirt. I also have 9 5s on Novavax for the end of October. And then I'm spread out across AI. It's my largest straight shareholding, but I'm also playing it on options across the board. T2, I'm just screwing around here with the paper trade aspect. It was right here testing that range when I just went with a paper trade just to, try to show a little bit of an example. What else do we have going on today, though? What's the moving? What up, D-Block? BXRX up 80%, Jesus. BBIG, that was kind of predictable after the run that it made yesterday. Aurora is all the way down to 60 cents flat almost. Just off 10% down. Hub C's all the way down to 21 cents. UVXY back to 16. That actually might be a good way to hedge going into Powell. Just throwing that out there. Like, if you think that the market's going to go down with Powell, then typically it'd be calls. If you think the market's going to go up, then it'd be puts. But that could be one good way to hedge. Oh, RGTI all the way down to 136. XDC under 5 cents. Okay. I did buy more XDC. Well, and XRP last night. Right around the same prices. Apple's green over 170. Microsoft green. Love it, love it, love it, love it. SPY to 428.70.
Just keep in mind Chicago Fed President Goolsbee speaking again now, speaking on Fox Business at the moment. So again, that's Chicago Fed President Goolsbee speaking on Fox Business.
Sorry, I didn't realize how high he was. QBTS just under $1. Carvana has $40 back. COSM back to green. SFT, guys, this is a really interesting stock, SFT. So they're very, very similar to, say, like a VRM or a Carvana, but they're a micro-cap, micro-flow company. This price could move very, very quickly. Very, very quickly. Just throwing that out there. XRP almost at 51 cents. Take it. T2. Trying to pop out of that Bollinger Band that's getting tighter around it. Hard down on Hawaiian. Lame. Tupperware up 2. What was Tesla up? Sorry. Tesla's up 2.5% to 246. AI up 3.5. Groupon's been having some like interesting days. Up another 3.3 right now. 13.25. Coinbase back to $76. CXAI. Guys, watch out on CXAI. Like just throwing that out there. Also, IonQ up another 8%. If I'm not mistaken, that was up like 9% yesterday.
US high yield funds see $2.41 billion of outflow in the week.
Hey Sam, how are you? MNTS. Remember they have a contract with SpaceX. They're up 14%. Let's do this. I have an idea.
Some more info from Lipper as US investment grade funds see $1.66 billion of outflow.
What up, James? Which one you're saying? Ned's? Or are you joking by saying D's nuts? That you're totally joking saying D's nuts. Okay. What is good, Devin? How are you, bro? Bro, you had me so thrown off there. I was like, what the fuck? Novavax is about to get a gold cross here on the 1 minute. Trying to break. Qs and Bitcoin look like they're ready to go. Crossing the MACD right now on Bitcoin. Or no, sorry, that's the Qs. It's crossing MACD. Bitcoin's already across. Indecision here on T2. Look at the wicks up. So we have some inverted hammers going on. Hey, Dad, I'm on stream. What's up? Okay. Well, let me talk to you after. I love you. Bye. INPX? Yeah, got you, fam. INPX. You already came and tapped. Hold on a second. So on the 4 hour, I was going to say I'd want you to come down and tap that level, but it looks like you already did tap. Let me look at it on a 30 minute. Oh, yeah. Talk about catching a potential falling knife. Jesus. Why did they go up again? Wasn't it like positive news? Let's see. They're about to go red. Hopefully not. Let's see. Do they beat the estimate? Oh, merger vote? Oh. Oh. I mean, with the way that Bitcoin looks... Here, let me just do this. Hold on. So I want to show you guys Bitcoin and then the Qs. Like, because this might be the turnaround point right here. I already had it's bouncing off the previous line. It'd be so clutch if this isn't free. There we go. See, Bitcoin's headed up. We got to take out that nonsense right there. And that'll be golden. Now here are the Qs. Do. Alright, fuck this. I'm gonna do it this way. QRS. Alright, and here are the Qs. See how we're trying to get that curl on the Qs? If we get some macro pressure upwards from Bitcoin, Qs, SPY, that may just be your turnaround point. You're underneath on the MACD for the 10-minute. You are completing an Elliott wave on the 10-minute, but that's not, it's just psychological. What a 5. 5, your Bollinger Bands are getting tighter and you're creating higher lows, it looks like. Indecision right there on that 5-minute candle. See the hammer? I mean, if I was going to enter it, I would probably be considering doing it like now-ish, but I would keep a very, very tight stop on it in case the overall market fails here. And then keep in mind that Powell was speaking at 4 p.m. Let's just fuck around real quick. Ready? We're just going to fuck around a little bit. If this will execute, there we go. See how it goes. Qs are close though. Wow, I didn't realize volume was that high. Whoo! It's a market cap reading. Cap is reading only 10 mil though. Interesting. Like if I was playing that, I would definitely be playing it very, very tight. Just saying. Qs. Come on, babe. Qs. Let's see what the RSI is. RSI is 63.56 on the NASDAQ. T2 trying off of a support line. Let me log into my one account that I am not logged into at the moment. Hit the like button, please, says Sam. Hey, bro, MLGO is a decent call, eh? No, I was a little bit dry, so I was unable to. I'm happy you hit on it, though. Faux show. Okay. Like, if this were to drop my yellow line, I'd probably just take it. I might give it, like, a little bit of leeway to where that red line, like, to, like, that low. But that would be probably my cut point. If I was going to be so ballsy to try it, you know? Let's see. Hawaiian. Volume really wasn't there before. I just really, 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 really like it with the end of the year this year. Or this week, excuse me. Light volume, and it's basically recovering yesterday's losses, if I'm not mistaken. T2, on the other hand, off the lows, currently down 8%. Please keep me up to date with the INPX, if you don't mind. Q's trying up. Yo, snap at 850 though. That might be an opportunity. What do we have going on here? Ooh, look at the 30-minute on Snapchat. Snapchat's going to have some resistance at like 860 to 865, we'll say. But it's got to pop this nonsense. If it could break 865 and hold, then you're going to want to watch out for this resistance at 870. But with that kind of momentum, you could be gone. Snapchat moves very, very strongly. I feel like its moves are very well defined most of the time. Qs. RSI on the Qs is a 59. RSI on Bitcoin's a 43. Wow, 79 cents on SINT. That's another Lind Partners play. Like, you know how Lind is in T2? Lind also has a decent position in SINT. Ooh, mmat down 3.68. Why do I feel like that's wrong? After MMTLP was just brought up yesterday. Q's trying to get a leg. Looking for the handle. Hard down on T2. Towards the 200 EMA. Q's trying. RSI is a 60. Wait, which one did you call out? You said MLGO. MLG.
Your stocks extend their gains with the Nasdaq up by 1% now.
Nice play, bro. Nice. And that was an excellent call out, bro. Excellent, excellent, excellent call out. I was able to get a DD video done in time as well. What was EV go at? EV goes all the way down to 330. Wow. Moving north, though. Coinbase up 5%. Let's see how bad Aurora looks. Fingers doing well? Okay, I'll pull that up in 2 seconds, Sam. Okay, so Aurora is way off the lows. Just like everything else. Still down 9.5% though. You just gotta Oh. You gotta break this relative high right here and hold it. T2 down to the 200 EMA, just off. Axle up another 27.5%. That's insane.
NYMEX natural gas November futures settle at $2.95. Diesel October futures selling at $2.32 a gallon. Gasoline October futures selling at $2.51 a gallon.
I'm going to pull a 3-minute on BXRX. If it'll load.
And NYMEX WTI crude November futures settling at $91.71 a barrel, which is down $1.97 or 2.1%.
Watch out on BXRX, guys. Looks kind of intriguing on the 3-minute. I may want to wait for it to confirm first, though. Let's see, what's the RSI like? If it'll load, what? RSI is at 58 at the moment. It's already up like 80%. Yeah, I know. I'm just looking at it from the basis of a scalp. Like here, wait, let me show you. I don't know if I'm going to be right about this going up, but there. I have no idea if I'm going to be right about that going up. But that's if I were to say buy like 1,000 shares. It just looked like it was close to spinning. Like, this is key right here. It's got to break that cup and handle. Cup, and I want to see handle out. With that kind of volume, it's certainly possible. Bollinger Band's getting tighter on Qs. We're going to pull up SPY. Pissing me off a little bit. Let's see. Symbol. SPY. $428.75. If she will load. Alright. Let's see. T2 is at the 200 EMA. If it fails, I'd probably be ready to cut. Ooh, SPY is over an old GAN fan that I drew. Just noticed. Oh, no, that's not a GAN fan. I'm sorry. It's part of the Elliott wave. Same color. My apologies. Coming down to VWAP on SPY. Get ready. It might bounce here. Qs are already starting to twist up. Watch out on the SPY bounce. RSI is at 34 on SPY. Although, also remember that Powell's speaking in an hour and a half. So, like, we can't ignore that fact either. Oh, through VWAP. Uh-oh, this could get ugly. This could get ugly. Hold on. Okay. Held VWAP. Hard down on AI. SPY.
As for the S&P 500, pairing gains here, now up 0.15% on the session after this leg down.
Okay. AI. I'm loading AI at 25. I think AI at 25 is a steal. I'm just going to pretend like I have like endless amounts of money right here. Do you guys know why I did that? Anyone? Anyone? I did that because SPY's moving like this back towards VWAP. So are the Qs. And I feel like that was just an oversell towards the 200. A little bit of shaking the trees, as they say. SPY up. Let's see, can we engulf higher? Get up there. Currently at 427.90 on SPY. T2 trying up towards the 4080 MA. SOXL off the highs that had 19 before.
So the US 2-year yield extending its drop here, hitting a 5.07% session low.
Oh, I forgot to pull up finger for Sam. I'm sorry. Can somebody let me know if Hawaiian goes crazy, please? Your RSI is a 63.5. Bit hot. Going for the third little soldier on SPY. C3AI coming up off of that buy zone. I don't know. I just think, like, let's say 5 years from now, the thought of being able to buy AI at 25 is going to be like thinking about buying Apple at, like, I don't know, like $20. You know what I mean? Like, I just think it has that kind of boom potential. That's why I don't intend on selling it, like, ever. Let's see. EVTL down to 120. The warrants are getting smoked. CXAI 165. This is something that I've been liking for a little while now, and it filled the gap I was originally concerned about. I really like the potential of CXAI.
Brent crude futures settle at $95.38 a barrel, which is down $1.17 or 1.21% on the session.
Many moons ago, I had a $4 average in Apple. Oh, wow. Many, many moons ago, huh? Ooh, Coinbase down to VWAP. That could be an opportunity. Why not? Why not? Let's just pretend. Let's pretend. Spy, what are you doing? You hope. Just at 428. In all reality, T2 is like really the one that's pissing me off. What up, Steve? You bought it in 2008? Damn. Were you ahead of the game or what? I wasn't even trading in 2008. I started trading in like 2012. Coinbase is gonna go with Bitcoin. Let me pull up Bitcoin real quick instead of SPY starting to get a lift. Let me pull up Bitcoin. Let's see if there's a solid correlation in Coinbase and Bitcoin. T2 is just grinding this line. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if this grinded down towards VWAP. I hope it doesn't, but the possibility is there. Just throwing that out there. Okay. So if I was actually playing with this much money, just saying, I would go ahead and I would take profit. Bang. That would be that would have been a gain of $17,000. I mean, it would have been a very expensive position, but I'm just trying to illustrate how day trading is kind of the shit sometimes. Not sometimes. I actually thoroughly enjoy it. In, out, in, out, in, out. Limit your risk, all that fun stuff. Watch, Coinbase is going to come right back as soon as Bitcoin does. I'm calling it. Axel at 32%. Crazy. IDEX up 12.5. Palantir's up 6.2. T2 is irksome to say the least. Yeah, I agree. Bollinger Bands are getting tighter on it, though. Still riding that trend down from earlier. I think that we are going to spin off this 200. If we don't spin off this 200, then it's coming down to the VWAP, I would assume. There is a tiny gap on the daily on T2. Very, 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 very small, near 11 cents. But because there's a potential corporate action on the board, theoretically, they wouldn't have to, fill. Ruh-roh. We lost Bitcoin. That hurts. Hopefully it decouples from the Qs. Let's see. Is it going to decouple from the Qs? Stop taking forever. Thank you. Might be decoupling, or it's just running it late. Okay. Coinbase coming down for a potential double bottom off the VWAP on the 1 minute. Just under $75 for Coinbase. We're at $74.95. You were having fun making babies in 2008. Now I'm paying for that fun. Oh, that's funny. I wish you would have been. I lost a lot. Well, I don't want to lose money. Yeah, I know they're great, but no more adult fun anymore. It's all good. Yeah, I hear that. Actually, no, I don't hear that at all. I don't have any kids. Ruh-roh. I really hope that Powell comes out dubbish. Really, really hope so. If not, this market's not going to like it. This is so tight. On T2. On VWAP for Coinbase. It's underneath it. Pop. Alright. Yeah. Let's see. They're going to keep dropping or what? RSI is only a 30 on Coinbase. I mean, honestly, we're just getting a macro push down from the Qs in Bitcoin. As you guys could see. I'm sure SPY is reacting very similarly. We are breaking sideways on T2, though. I do want to note that. Looks like we're trying to get a little bit of a spin in. A little bit of green on Qs. We're going to pull C3 AI off. Please let me know if it does something wild. I want to look at He and look at the volume. Okay, He. Still light on volume. Forming a cup towards the high of the day. Oof, oof, oof. What are you doing? Need a macro move. Q's RSI 39. Dogs are awesome. At least they listen sometimes. Cocker Spaniel mix or a German Shepherd mix? They are two totally different dogs, Sam. I would make sure that I do my research on, like, their, like, typical characteristics and personality traits. They're both high energy, though. Those are your two choices at the shelter. I hear you. Coinbase coming back towards VWAP. If it fails at VWAP, probably cut that for an L. Now keep in mind, I'm literally throwing in sums of like lots of 1,000 on Coinbase. I'm literally not like actually spending $1,000 or 1,000 shares worth into Coinbase. I'm just using even numbers here so you guys understand a little bit easier. Let's see. What's Bitcoin doing? 1 second. RSI and Bitcoin's at 31. Let's pull up Bitcoin for the Qs again real quick. BTC. They're both loyal and great breed. Yeah, they are both very loyal. One will just rip your face off if you train it how to. Oh, look at Bitcoin. Ouch. 4. Okay, here's wave 5 on the Elliott wave, if it's going to follow that, but just above VWAP. I mean, these are key levels here that we have to overtake again. Being how it just got pushed down there so quick, though, it might not take much in order to push back. Okay, we're going to take Hawaiian off because that's not doing much of anything. Oh, excellent, Jesus. Whew. Going for the gold cross now, too. Up to 38%. Crazy. Any dog can be loving. It's all about how you train it. Absolutely. Absolutely. People ask me what kind of dog I have, and I say a pit bull, and like they like get scared. And like my dog is afraid of doors. You know? Like, my dog is literally afraid of doors, so like I just don't understand it. NVOS potential double bottom. Came down to a fib line. Waiting on that bounce back. Heads up on Novavax. And Coinbase, Coinbase, Coinbase. This market slide is not all that great. RSI on Bitcoin is a 40. RSI on the Qs is a 39. Giant lapdogs, yeah. You have a 75-pound bulldog? Jesus. It's a big dog. Big, big dog. My two are like 60. And that's a lot of weight walking around with. Bitcoin. Don't be such a whore. RSI is a 40. RSI in the Qs 41. What's SPY doing? Chopping along. There's no way that this is going to be accurate. We're going to try it, though. No freaking way. There's no way it pops out VWAP like that, right? There's no way it pops out 428 like that, right? Try Novavax up. Coinbase looks like it's trying up as well. It looks like we might try to follow through here. NVIDIA in France just had authorities raid one of their offices. Oh. So watch out on, like, SOXS. That could actually, like, be a top signal for downside with Powell speaking F4. Yeah, look at SOXS coming back up. Interesting. And the Bollinger Bands are tight as hell on it, too. NVDA. I have VWAP on the 1 minute, too. RSI on the 1 minute is a 42 and a half. Might try to recover our VWAP, though. It did just get a death cross right there.
Seeing reports that the Freedom Caucus demands that House Speaker McCarthy publicly reject the Senate stopgap.
Oh. That's kind of intriguing. Okay, let's see. Hawaiian back 1260. The video, what doing? If this recovers, then watch out on SOXL. But if it drops VWAP and like stays underneath, watch out on SOXS. That's the bear and the bull 3 times levered ETF for semis. Obviously, S is for short, L is for long. Oh, and if you wanted to play Coinbase, by the way, CONL is 1.5 times Coinbase leverage. For anybody that is interested there. Qs are curling. Hold on, let me pull up Qs. Trying to curl up in between the 48 and the 200 EMA at the moment. Novavax trying to get a candle. Guys, let me let Bella out real quick. Alright, sorry about that. Yeah, she is a love bug for sure. She just wants to, like, literally be on top of you 24/7. It's cool with me. That's why I got a dog to hang out with, you know? Oh, Coinbase, what are you doing? Coming back towards that entry point? I really like Novavax here, especially with their data. They're like almost 60% short. Coinbase coming up. Trying on a super. Just under 75 bucks. I feel like once it takes 75, it's going to go. Finger. Watch out on Qs. Qs are about to get a push, it looks like. 200 EMAs right there. FNGR. How are you? How you doing? Yes, sir. Finger is still moving. 568. Over average volume as well on Coinbase. Been a while. Yeah, a little while. I've been enjoying, honestly, trading off stream. And then coming in and streaming the afternoon session. Like, I don't know. By then I feel like I get to chill out a little bit, and I get to focus on my my own trades. Finger. The Elliott wave saying that that's the fifth impulse, but this is not always correct whatsoever, especially on this kind of trajectory. That could be dead wrong. I seriously want to know what happened to DTOC. A lot of people were like in it or talking about it, and then they just suspended it. So, talk about locking up liquidity. Nice. Have been surfing a lot. Nice. Looking for some MMTLP. Is Alan? Oh yeah. Oh. Alan's Alan's not quitting. Alan's not quitting. He's in pre-discovery now, I believe. Move to trying, NVAX higher, getting rejected. Bitcoin's headed down, but the Qs are trying up. Currently at 717 on Novavax, down 0.3. Light vol though. I like when things are going down, I like light volume. Same thing, vice versa. Alan does some phenomenal lawyering. But catch this, he's not even a lawyer. But like I have nothing but good things to say about Alan. I have nothing but great things to say about Alan. I consider him a good friend, a very good friend. He knows that case more than any individual that I've spoken to. And I know that's saying a lot, but, like, I've listened to a lot of people talk about MMTLP. I have not heard anybody talk with, like, such precision like Alan has. He was helpful to you also? Word. He should be a lawyer. If he's not listening, I'll tell him that later. I mean, he just saw that they were doing us dirty, and I don't know, he's going ahead and doing his thing. But, like, his lawsuit is different than everybody else's lawsuit, which is... And I can't really say anything further than that, just because the promise is a promise, and I told him that I'd keep my mouth shut. But I can say that his lawsuit is different than anybody else's. I'm not a shareholder. I studied law, undergraduate. I told him. Oh, cool. Come on, C3, get out of there. Extended double bottom there off the Elliott wave. With the correction right there. Heads up on C3. If it pops that trend line, we might be in business. Still waiting on Bitcoin right now. Qs are set up in a cup and handle. Or potential cup and handle, I should say. All the EMAs are collapsed. Just underneath the 200 EMA on a 1 minute. Oh, the keys are close. And it's power hour. So remember, Powell's speaking less than an hour. Please remember that. That's key. I don't talk about pending cases either. It's not ethical. Well, I can only talk about the public stuff, yeah.
So Russia's Deputy PM Novavax, speaking about Russia, says the Russian government won't allow fuel price growth at home.
Q's RSI is a 58. 57.5, 58. Price action's above the 200 EMA. 13's through the 48 EMA there. Coinbase coming up towards that entry point that I was looking at earlier. We're just off green on T2. Go ahead. Go ahead. RSI on Bitcoin is a 47. Trying to go through the MACD at the moment. Qs are also still trying to go through the MACD. Alright, we're green on Coinbase. Coming up to a key level on C3. C3's got to break the high of the day, though, which is all the way up at 25.50-ish. Q's lifting. Watch C3 follow it. Would not be surprised. Bitcoin's coming too, so watch out on Coinbase. If Coinbase is going to rise like that, though, watch out on CONL. All the EMAs look like they're in line on T2. Price action's above the 200. Yep. Very tight. Waiting on the Bollinger Bands. 13's on the 200 EMA for the Qs. Sorry, it's just off the 200 EMA for the Qs. Oh, now it's on it. Let's see. 358 right now for Qs. RSI is a 63. 62.5. Home and ripping a bowl. Long effing day. What's up, brother? How are you? I found a little tool on here that we're going to have a little bit of fun with, Talal. And that is just the paper trading aspect that I didn't realize, like, how simple it was on TradingView. And I feel like it would be a little bit more interactive to, like, you know, screw around with and practice on it, like, with you guys, rather than just like me just charting. You know what I mean? Q's coming up. 48's gonna be coming up towards the 200 EMA soon, and we're coming up to that relative high at 358.60ish. Look how tight that is. Look how tight the Bollinger Bands are around it. Coinbase currently in between the 48 EMA and the 200 EMA. Sorry, guys. I just have a lot of hope for NVOS. The data looks good. The chart doesn't look bad. Like, I don't know. Q's up. Let's see Bitcoin. Can Bitcoin make the move? Bitcoin just underneath the MACD. RSI is at 51. On the Qs, we're through the MACD, by the way. If we get rejected, I'm... boy. Might have to cut that L short. Getting close. Oh, man. Amazon, 126.
So reports that Russia may set fuel export quotas if no change on the domestic market. $245 on tests.
We work. Wow, look at fucking T2. Look how tight that is. We're gonna zoom in. I just want to see the wick structure.
Data from ICI states that money market assets hit a record $5.644 trillion in the week to September 27th.
A lot of indecision at this level. You see a lot of dojis, you're seeing a lot of inverted hammers, you're seeing hammers. And now we're just dojiing sideways here above the 200 EMA. That's extremely tight. Q's trying up towards that relative high. Q's 358, 40-ish. Novavax still trying higher, even though we're getting signals to the downside on a rejection. Just off a gold cross. Novavax, what doing? I hope we can take that out. Novavax. Oh, look at Coinbase starting to go too. Gone. Gone. Gone, 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 gone. Watch out on CONL. Gone. Get up there. Get up there and stay. Watch out on leverage because of Powell on YOLOs. Like you might even even if you're picking the wrong direction, the price might go up simply because of IV. Novavax. Day high? No, sorry, just off the day high. 7 cents off the day high. Q's still ripping though. Delete. Thank you. Look at that. Look at that trajectory that Coinbase is on. That's very, very strong. Qs are pretty much vertical at this moment. Let's see, taking out this support resistance, and then our next level is gonna be like 360-ish. NVOS is 720. Let's see, are we gonna top out on the Qs? All right. Bye, Sam. I hope you picked the right one. Actually, you know what? Let them pick you. Seriously. That's the best thing I've ever done. I let my dog pick me. And what I mean by that is like, you'll know when you know. Yep. Sam's going to visit them. Yeah, you might end up with 3, though. Yeah, but look at Coinbase. Let's go. Market isn't moving. Just under 359 on Qs. Coinbase 75.50. Still just dojiing sideways essentially on T2. Inverted hammer actually, to be more specific. Bitcoin starting to break. Here, I'm gonna pull that up for you guys. BTC. Trying to push it. Getting close. Gotta clear this. And finish above it. That's what I want to see. Novavax still just chilling at 721. RSI on Novavax, though, is cooling off a little bit. It is still a 70. Or 69. See, Bitcoin coming up. 13's on the 4080 MA. RSI on the Qs is a 70. RSI on Bitcoin is a 69. So with that being said, I might close that. Right? Should I? Wait, actually, wait. No, I'm not going to close that. Not going to close that just yet. Hold on. We might see something here. I see an inverted hammer followed by a hammer on the Qs. So that's usually a potential sign of a reversal. Or in this case, continuation. T2 kind of pissed me off a bit. Novavax, barely green. Coinbase, 75.35, up 5.36. Qs towards that relative high. See if you can take it out. Qs up. Let's see. Not over that wick yet, though. Oh, and guys, I'm going to stream Powell as well, just so you guys know. We will be listening to Powell, for sure. $13 on the 200 EMA for Coinbase. Some option strategies to consider going into Powell here would be straddles or strangles, in my opinion. Straddles are going to be more expensive than strangles, but the likelihood of you being able to hit on both sides on a straddle is a lot more likely than you being able to hit on both sides on a strangle. Now, I'm not saying that you can't hit on both sides on a strangle because I've done it several times, but you have to be like real good and lucky at the same time. And I don't know if you have to be better or luckier. You know what I mean? It's just like one of those things that just kind of happens. You know what I mean? However, whatever Powell comes out with at 4 o'clock, realistically, that's going to dictate which way the market goes. In my humble opinion. Like, if he comes out and is very, very hawkish, I think this market's going to tank after a nice push today. If he comes out and says, oh, the GDP numbers were disappointing and, we need to boost business or something like that, this market could very well explode as well. So just hang on really tight and make sure that you're paying attention to what he says at 4 o'clock. Qs are trying up again to 359. $359, 10-ish. Let's see. Novavax hanging out, 719 unch. Coinbase up 5.5%. Q's up to that resistance level. Let's go. Give me 360. Give me 360. We're at 359.30 on the Qs. Novavax trying up. Coinbase trying up. T2 still just sitting down there on a hammer candle. I'm gonna clear that level. And again, we are over average vol on Coinbase. It has volume on NVOS actually. Now that I think about it. Even though it's unch. NVOS, AI, and Carvana, the 3 most shorted stocks this month. Interesting. Because I really, really like AI, and I really, really like NVOS. And then I used to really, really like Carvana when it was in the single digits. And that was posted an hour ago. Who posted that? Let's see. Investor Place. Q's 359.30. Oh man. He 1264. Ooh, Hawaiian. God, I wish I had that much money to spend on fucking one stock. See, this is where you could get in trouble by paper trading. Just saying. Like, I threw a nice chunk of change. Well, I didn't actually use money, but I'm like, as far as paper trading goes, I just threw down an enormous block right here at 1250-ish. It's up to 1263, and it's saying that I would be up 10 grand right now if I cut it. So let's get a little bit more realistic. Because it's not like I'm a baller like that. Let's see. Oh, wait, maybe not now. That there's a super trend down. Or no, that's just me taking profit, sorry. I mean, I'm still getting used to their paper trading platform. Coinbase is still hanging out with the price action over the 200 EMA. Just for shits and giggles, I'm just going to throw down like 100 shares. As if I was actually buying them. Okay. There we go. Just for shits and giggles.
So looking now to the early market on close imbalance, currently sitting at 283 million to the sell side.
All right, now that we're being a little bit more realistic, notice how I'm down 220 here, but I'm up 310 here. And this is, you know, I'm down $1. So, like, I'm just trying to, I guess, show you guys why I'd like to stay in winning trades.
Now,
in theory, I should have probably just held this.
Total money market fund assets rose $6.31 billion to a total of $5.64 trillion in the week to September 27th.
In all reality, if I like just from a paper trading aspect, I should have just held this. But I'm trying to show a little bit of realism, and I could afford 100 shares as opposed to I think I had 10,000 or something through paper trading. Novavax, what are we doing? Let's see. Trying off the bottom on T2. We shall see. I have an unrealistic figure on T2 as well, so you're going to see that P&L fly if it moves. Novavax coming down. Front row. You gonna clear here or what? Back to the median on Coinbase. RSI on NVOS is only at 33 at the moment. T2 trying to push. Still down 9.5% though. The bid didn't slide yet.
Keep in mind, Fed's Barkin now currently taking part in an interview. Barkin says a government shutdown would create uncertainty.
Well, duh. Give me 1 second. Hey Siri, set alarm for 3:55. All right, that's to remind me about Powell.
Barkin says the lack of data due to the shutdown would complicate our understanding of the economy.
Whatever.
So we posted up the Bloomberg TV live link from YouTube on the feed for anyone interested. Barkin currently speaking on there.
If it comes down into here, I'd load even more. Vertex.
And Barkin says that credit card spending data is good alternative data in the event of a government shutdown.
AI is almost 36% short. Only 300,000 shares available to be borrowed. Let's see what
Barkin
NVOS
says the recent data on consumer spending stronger than expected and solid.
NVOS cap is all the way down to 678. Actually, it might even be off that because of the T+2 data. Oh, whoa. Something about Pfizer news. Hold on a second. After we look at the short screen, we got to go back to the news side of it. Come on. All right. Got to come back to that. All right. It's 57% short. Only 7,000 shares available to be borrowed.
Fitzbarkin says, make sense that lower and middle income spending adjusting to slower pace.
Here's what we're going to do, guys. We're going to help out some homies.
Barkin says, growth still seems solid in the economy.
Bear with me, guys. 1 second. Okay.
And Barkin does add that growth will moderate from earlier in the year.
Fuck. Yeah, that takes fucking forever. Novavax. Novavax. Watch out.
Barkin says, I see the next quarter as solid, not robust. And Barkin says, it is too soon to say what's next for monetary policy.
Alright. My bad, guys. See. Wow, should have taken that dub on Coinbase. Instead, what I'm going to do is I consider doubling down on a double bottom. Oh, not. Oh, come on, take that. Okay. What the frig? Come on. Just do that market. Modify order. This is stupid. Okay, there we go. T2 up. Here comes Coinbase. NVOS up. Let's go. Time to roll. Time to roll. Come on. Bitcoin trying to lift. Qs underneath the 200 EMA. But looking like they're trying to engulf back. Let's see, what are we doing? Still working on this resistance line. Let me grab Bella from outside quick.
To the early market on close imbalance, 283 million to the south side now.
All right, 20 minutes left till close. What do we got? See how dangerous warrants are? This was just up 30-some%. Now it's down 42%. Warrants could be a son of a bitch. Look at Coinbase. Let's go.
Fed Sparkin says, I don't see trauma coming in the labour market.
Tesla has 245 back.
And says it's very hard to imagine inflation easing a lot while growth is very strong. So again, that's Barkin saying, very hard to imagine inflation easing a lot while growth is very strong.
Okay, sorry, looking at another screen. I really hope we didn't top out right there, or else it's gonna hurt. Let me pull up. Am I pulling up Bitcoin or am I pulling up? I'm gonna pull up Qs. Novavax still trying. Yeah. About to pop that pennant. Ugh. T2 is just creeping like it wants to move. Uh-oh. No. Sitting on VWAP here for Coinbase. Hey, Robbie! Yeah, Chad actually put that in chat like a couple minutes ago. Thank you. Watch out on Qs. Off the 200 EMA. Coinbase. Go ahead. Bitcoin starting to lift, so Coinbase should go with it.
Barkin says the last 5 months of inflation data have been encouraging.
And MAT down to almost 20 cents flat. XDC to 0.49 cents. TRKA 105. TBLT is under 20 cents.
So we're looking again now to the early market on close imbalance, still sitting at 283 million to the sell side.
Axla back to 44% up. Crazy. Go ahead, T2. I know you wanna. Go ahead, T2. Send it. We need that bid to follow it up. Bitcoin's reaching. That should be good for Coinbase. Trying to break a trend line on T2. Q's creating higher lows. Novavax at 715. Love it. Love that price. I think it's cheap as hell for a long hold. T2 just off that trend line. I forget when I drew that trend, to be quite honest. But if I drew it, that means that's important for one reason or another. Let's see. Q's still creating a higher low. Just underneath the 48 EMA. Oh, it was working on the 200 EMA. That's what was happening. So now it's coming back down to retest at 200. Let's see if it moves back. Hopefully that just engulfs right back. T2 over that trend line that we were worried about. Whoa. I don't know why Bloomberg just started playing on my screen, but okay. There we go. My bad. Q's, potential double bottom. Or that'd be a triple. No, double. Q's under 358 at the moment. Let's look at Bitcoin real quick, because I think that might bounce on the Q's on a double bottom. Let's see. Bollinger Bands are getting tighter on NVOS. Nice trajectory on Bitcoin right there with the gold cross. The 5-minute is showing the corrective on Bitcoin, so hopefully now we get the impulse. Remember, your line from your second impulse wave to your third impulse wave is always your longest. Just saying. Q's coming back. Come on. Alright, we're going to do it the old-fashioned way. Ruh-roh. Ruh-roh. Q showing a little bit indecision at a potential double bottom.
Looking now to the market on close imbalance, 330 million to the sell side. That's the market on close imbalance for the NYSE, 330 million to sell.
Guys, watch out on YOLOs. Just saying. Whatever Powell says could just either crater the market or rocket the market.
Away now to the top of the hour, where of course we do get the market close. And also comments from Fed's Powell. So again, that's Fed Chair Powell, who's hosting a town hall with educators. So Powell will be responding to questions from the in-person audience and participants who are joining virtually from across the country. And so the event will be broadcast on the Fed website and also on the Fed YouTube channel as well, where we have posted a live video to which on the feed. So again, that's Fed Powell speaking at the top of the hour, just under 10 minutes time now.
I have it I have it. Like we're all lined up waiting for it. So let's see. Okay. Trying to get that double bottom bounce here on the Qs. We're in between the 200 EMA and the 48 EMA. Coinbase, a little bit of a lift. It's at the 200 EMA. See. I'm really surprised that NVOS is staying at this level with this kind of, you know, short pressure. Needs a little bit more demand. Just underneath that 48 EMA and the 200. Come on, Kios. Qs are right there underneath 24 and the 48. RSI on the Qs is a 47. RSI on Bitcoin is a 45. CXAI up 9%. Excellent, out 50% up. IDEX is 15. Qs going for the double bottom bounce. Let's go. Gotta get through that 48 EMA. This pink line right here. Coinbase trying to go as well. Coinbase is in between the 48 and the 200. Going back down to that trajectory line. T2 going for that relative high. NVOS has all those EMAs collapsing on each other at VWAP. SFT up 6%. CXAI still coming up, 9.6 up. IonQ just off 8%. I should really close this position. I know it too. Fuck me. Alright, up 520. Good enough. Alright, so I would have just taken that profit at $520.
So 5 minutes away now to the top of the hour where the market does close. And also we get comments from Fed's Powell. So again, Fed Chair Powell hosting a town hall with educators, responding to questions from in-person and virtual participants. The event will be broadcast live and the live video is available on the feed for those interested. So there's no indication whether Powell will be making a statement or releasing a text for this event. However, it does look as though it is just a Q&A event.
see, where's T2 at? T2, 4.5% down, approximately. Working its way up, though. Nearly vertical. Remember, leverage could be a son of a bitch. It could be really, really awesome, or it could suck really, really bad. If you know what you're doing with it. Alright, so I just paper bought he underneath VWAP.
So approaching the close, treasuries are extending their gains. That's the 10-year yield.
T2 up.
4.57% as that session lows for the yield.
T2 just went... Oh, never mind. So that's he. T2 only down 2.8 now. Bitcoin on the lift as well. Let me change the name of the stream. Bear with me. Okay. T2 headed towards 18 cents. The Qs are working on the 200 EMA. All the other EMAs are pretty much collapsed there. Hawaiian could be in a really nice spot here, guys. I personally have 15 YOLOs for next week. I'm loaded to the gills on them. And I have straight stock, to be clear. I also have Novavax 9.5s for the end of October. There's also 1 minute left in the day. Good luck to all. Good luck, good luck, good luck. Come on,
So
T2.
1 minute remaining to the start of Fed's Powell's event.
T2 could definitely finish green, bro. I mean, we're almost there right now. Novavax. What doing? Novavax trying to finish green too. T2's got to be on. Yep. T2 is currently green. I'd love for this to finish green. Same thing with Novavax. Love to see it finish green. 10 seconds. All right.
So there were prepared remarks from Powell, but Powell does not comment on the outlook for the monetary policy or the economy in these prepared remarks. So again, Powell not addressing rates or the economic outlook in his prepared remarks.
I'll shut this guy up. I'll shut him up as soon as they start giving me volume on Powell.
Thank you for joining us here in Washington, D.C.
Okay.
and online across the nation this afternoon for a conversation with Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell. During the event, you can follow along on social media and join the conversation using the Robin Capetto, and I work closely with my colleagues here at the Federal Reserve Board and around the Federal Reserve System. I, along with over 50 subject matter experts, make up the Federal Reserve Education Group.
And finish your
Our
ed.
group seeks to promote teaching and learning about the Federal Reserve System, its mission, and responsibilities. The Federal Reserve Education Group's collective efforts are aimed at increasing educators' ability to teach economics and personal finance while helping students and the public gain real-life skills to increase their economic and financial literacy.
Sarah Gunn. I'm the Economic Education Director at the Federal Reserve Bank of Richmond and the chair-elect.
Zero
of the Federal
shares
Reserve
available to borrow on
Education Group.
T2, 50%
As you
cost
may
to borrow.
know, October is Economic Education Month, and there is programming planned throughout the month to help educators in their ability to teach economics. We hope that you will join us promoting economic education by attending a Federal Reserve education program, teaching about economics topics in your classroom, or exploring careers in economics with your students. Robin and I will field your questions and moderate today's session with Chair Powell. During the next hour, we hope to provide insights into the Federal Reserve's goals and activities to support your work as you teach students how
Oh, look at
decisions
T2.
made by the central bank can affect all of us, your students, their families, and their communities. Today, we are honored to bring you Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell. Jerome H. Powell first took office as chair of the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System on February 5th, 2018, for a 4-year term. He was reappointed to the office and sworn in for a second 4-year term on May 23rd, 2022. He also serves as chairman of the Federal Open Market Committee. Chair Powell was born in February 1953 in Washington, D.C. He received an A.B. in politics from Princeton University in 1975 and earned a law degree from Georgetown University in 1979. While at Georgetown, he was editor-in-chief of the Georgetown Law Journal. Chair Powell, thank you for joining us here today.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Robin. Thanks to all of those here in Fed Education who helped us put together this event. And thank you to the teachers, both here and
T2,
online, some of
trying
their
towards that
planning
fib.
time to listen and also participate. So if we were doing the grading, we would give high credit to those who participate. So we've scheduled this discussion with teachers well into the school year, partly to highlight the beginning on October 1 of Economic Education Month. Here at the Fed, as you can imagine, we care about economic education all year round, and so we're glad to join the celebration. It's fortunately a very different time for teachers than the one we faced when we met virtually in August 2021, the last time we held this discussion with educators. In the crisis of the pandemic, teachers were on the front lines. I know how overwhelming this challenge was for many of you and the extent of your sacrifice, for which my colleagues and I all thank you. And that crisis, in many ways, continues as research confirms the educational deficits that students still suffer from the pandemic. In addition to the challenges they face, there are likely to be consequences for the economy and for society in a generation of young people who may lack some of what they need to be well-informed and engaged participants in our economy and in our democracy. Addressing this legacy of the pandemic is a major public policy challenge. So now, more than ever, teachers are crucial to America's future. A large majority of you are economic educators, a role that is of particular importance. As many of you know, the Fed's ability to influence the economy depends to some extent on influencing the public's view of current and future economic conditions. When my colleagues and I publish our projections of the most likely path for the economy and interest rates, as we did a couple of weeks ago, one of our goals is to influence spending and investment decisions today and in the months ahead. That will only be the case if people understand generally what we're saying and what it means for their own finances. So by educating students about economics, not only are you providing them with valuable skills to manage their finances and improve their chances for future success in any number of occupations, you're also giving them the knowledge that they need to understand the macroeconomy, including the implications of the decisions that we make around this table here at the Fed. Economic educators impart knowledge that's instrumental in how we promote a healthy economy, and in a way, when you teach students, you're also helping us conduct monetary policy. But you do so much more than that. Teachers illuminate the world for us. You help us to see the limitless possibilities in life, and as much as that, in ourselves. At a wonderful but also very vulnerable time in each of our lives, teachers like you are there to help us understand the world, especially when it's hard to understand. I will leave you with one of the many personal examples I could cite from my time in school. I can still very clearly remember a November day in 5th grade at Blessed Sacrament School up near Chevy Chase Circle, Washington, D.C. My teacher, Mrs. Keller, who was much beloved by all of us and by me, was called away from class. When she returned to the room, every student was upset and horrified to see her tears. And then we got the news. It was November 22nd, 1963, and John F. Kennedy had been shot and killed. So this was something that was very hard for my classmates and me to understand. She pulled herself together and somehow convinced us that everything was going to be okay. So teachers are there for all of us when we need your knowledge, your example, your encouragement, and not least your care. Thank you for playing this indispensable role that you play in our lives and in our children's lives, and I look forward to our discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Now we're going to take some questions. First, we have a question from Mark Edelstein, a teacher from Newark, New Jersey. Mark?
Hi, Chairman Powell. Thank you so much for taking my question today. Why teachers? What is the connection you see between the Fed and teachers?
Thank you for your question, Mark. So I guess I would say teachers are really at the very center of the educational process, and education is at the very center of our economy and, in fact, our society. Over the long run, the skills and aptitudes of our workers are a key part, of course, of what drives the economy and economic growth. Our educational system equips people with the skills and aptitudes they need to succeed in our ever-evolving economy. So, and also, of course, critically, to play a constructive role in our democracy. So really, your work is very crucial for both the economy and our society, but also for the work that we do here at the Fed. I would also say, as many of you know, we have a particular focus on economic education here at the Fed. We have lots of online tools. We work quite a bit with teachers and students here at the Fed around economic education. We place a high priority on it. And we host this town hall, of course, every couple of years. It's delightful to have everybody back in person, by the way, for the first time since 2019.
The next question comes from Jason Cotter, assistant professor at Brigham Young University. Jason?
Hey, Chairman Powell, appreciate you taking this question. I teach money and banking to college students. What do you think is the most important thing for college students to understand about the economy?
For college students, thanks for your question, Jason. I think I would go with something general rather than something specific for your money and banking, and that really is this. For many students and young people, the barriers to taking on economics, it seems very abstract and very different from the things they've studied before, and people just kind of say that's too technical and that kind of thing and don't do it. The thing I would want students to know is economics is incredibly interesting once you get past that very first phase of learning the basics about the economy. So I do think people get turned away because it seems so dry and technical. So once you get started, economics is just very interesting very quickly. It's highly relevant to the public policy that's being made all around. And more to the point, it just is, once you get the basics, you really understand why it's so compelling a science. You know, we work pretty much all day long, hot and cold running economics here every day. And I have to say, it doesn't feel like work. It's just all so interesting. When you think about what's at stake, when you think about economics is really the science of public policy, what works and what doesn't work and why. And so that's what I would want many, many students to understand, that they should just take the leap and take a basic macro and micro course. I mean, maybe kids who are already taking money in banking are past that point. And for them, you know, I think that's great, by the way. And I think that those are tools that will really benefit them in their careers and in their lives.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Next, we have a question from David Cooley, a personal finance teacher at Blue Springs South High School in Blue Springs, Missouri. David?
Thanks for your time, Chairman Powell. So my question is, what is the best way to explain to high school students the Federal Reserve's relationship with the federal government? Is the Fed a government agency?
So relationship with the rest of the federal government. Interesting question, and thanks for your question. So I'll start by saying that we are an independent agency that is part of the executive branch of the government. That's right. We're also non-political, strictly non-political, non-partisan agency, and we serve all Americans by supporting a strong labor market and stable prices. To your question, though, the question of how we fit into the federal government is an interesting one. So we're an independent agency, and so the oversight over another branch of government has oversight over our activities. But in the case of the Fed, that's Congress and not the administration, not the rest of the executive branch. And that's a different kind of thing because we are an independent agency. So that's one thing. Is an independent agency is different from, for example, a department, the Department of the Treasury, which is part of the executive branch, but is part of the administration. We're not part of the administration. A little more about our structure and how we fit in. The president, when there's a vacancy on the Fed, the president nominates a candidate who then must be confirmed by a majority of the Senate. We serve these staggered 14-year terms, one of which expires every 2 years. So our terms are not synced up with the presidential election cycle. No jobs change when a presidential election happens and there's a new president.
Policies do
what
that.
happens is when vacancies open up, the then president can decide when someone's term ends, they can decide to renominate that person, or they can decide to nominate somebody new. So that's really the most important way in which the executive branch and the president interacts with the Fed. Congress has oversight over it to us. So this is the other part of how we fit into the federal government is I testify under statute 4 times a year, twice in the House and twice in the Senate, in February and in July or June. I think it's February and July. And that's supposed to be a monetary policy oversight hearing. In fact, it's about whatever our elected representatives want to ask. And our job is to answer. My colleagues and I also spend a lot of time up on Capitol Hill interacting with senators and congressmen and women who, many of whom are on our oversight committees, Senate Banking, House Financial Services, but also just members, general members. So, for example, I spent 2 hours this morning with 2 senators and 1 congressman, just talking to them about a particular set of issues. And we do a lot of that because, we have this independence that really is quite rare and should be rare in a democracy. And that is, we can only be removed for bad acts, for cause, which means malfeasance and bad acts and things like that. And our decisions can't be reversed by the executive branch. They could be reversed by acts of Congress, but that's not something that happens. So in exchange for that independence, the other side of that is that we should really just stick to the assignment that we have, and also that we should, work to make sure that Congress does understand what we're doing and we hear their criticism, because we should be accountable to the public. We need to be in a democracy. So that's the other way that we fit into the government.
Thank you. Our next question comes from Ashley Wagner, a social studies teacher at Oak Ridge High School in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. Ashley?
Hello, Chairman Powell. Thank you so much for this opportunity. My question is, what is a common misconception about the Federal Reserve or your position that you'd like to clear up or share with high school students?
Interesting. Thanks for your question. The truth is, central banking is kind of not on the main highway of what most people think about in their lives. So many people have only, and they have no reason really to carefully follow how the Fed is structured or anything like that. So there are a lot of misconceptions, I would say, generally. But if I were going to give one, it is this, that people generally don't, and they really don't need to walk around with, they don't really understand what the Fed is, how it's structured. So just briefly, it's really 2 pieces. There's a board of governors here in Washington, which is a government agency. Each of us, myself and my 6 other governors, are all nominated by the president who's in office at that time and serve, confirmed by the Senate. We serve these 14-year terms that, as I mentioned, are staggered. So that's who we are. There are also 12 reserve banks. The United States is divided up into 12 districts, and each of those has a reserve bank in it, and the responsibility to, monitor the economy in that district, to interact with nonprofits and businesses and universities and things like that, and really understand what's going on in that district and sit around this table and report. They also vote. What's called the Federal Open Market Committee consists of the 7 governors and the 12 reserve bank presidents, so 19 people. Of course, the 7 governors always vote. The New York Fed president always votes, but the other 11 reserve bank presidents vote on a rotating basis. 4 of them vote on a rotating basis out of the 11. So it gets complicated. It's not surprising that people don't carry that knowledge around in their head. So that is. But the main thing again I would want people to know is that we're a non-political, nonpartisan agency that serves all Americans. That's what we are. We have a narrow but critical mandate to support a strong labor market and stable prices, low inflation. We also supervise and regulate banks, and we try to keep the payment system safe and efficient and keep up and up to date as well. That's what I would like people. Those are the basics I'd like people to know if they could.
Thank you, Chair Powell. The next question we have is from a teacher in the room. Bill Bethauser is an AP Economics teacher at Bishop O'Connell High School in Arlington, Virginia. Bill?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Powell, for being with us today. My question is, what advice would you give students who are interested in a career in economics?
Thank you for your question. I guess I'd start by saying I encourage everyone to take introductory macro and micro courses, whether they're thinking about a career or not. I really think just getting those basics will stand you in good stead. Frankly, that's all I took as an undergrad was macro and micro. I didn't major in economics. Anyway, so that's the first thing. I think if you're interested in majoring in it, of course, I think that's a great idea. That's a wonderful idea. I think it does really equip you with. You learn lots of quantitative skills that are going to benefit you in life, and also just having a better understanding of the economy, and also in microeconomics, the way businesses work, the way business decisions are made by people in the economy. All of that is incredibly useful. In terms of making a career in it, absolutely encourage people to do that. It is I think it's an enormously rewarding career, and I think of the career people here at the Fed who are economists who they're working on, basically on public policy, and the question is always, what's the right thing? How do we use our tools to best serve the people that we serve? It's a very, very rewarding, incredibly fascinating job and area. So I really think I'd encourage people to take as much econ as they can, and if you can make a career out of it, that's great. I think we of course survey our employees, and I think people generally get a lot of satisfaction out of public service. So, and many economists do public service. So, thanks.
Our next question comes from Steven Feldstein, principal and AP Economics teacher at Sinai Academy in Brooklyn, New York. Unfortunately, Stephen wasn't able to join us this evening, so I'll read his question.
Okay.
Since the financial crisis of 2008, central banking experienced drastic changes. What policies and tools do you think should be taught in the introductory economics class?
What policies and principles should be taught in an introductory class? Well, let me repeat that. I think every student should try economics and take introductory macro and micro, because I think you will find it's more interesting than the first 2 pages of the textbook might make it appear. I have to say, so the textbooks that I see today in use, and I did, particularly in my early days here at the Fed, I went through a lot of textbooks. They're really good, and I think they're very good at what you want is for intro courses. You want people to take away an understanding of how the whole economy works, the macro economy, and also how firms set prices, how people make decisions in the economy. And I think that the modern textbooks they seem to be much better and much more user-friendly than the ones we used. There's, for example, the graphics and things like that are really good, and also the I don't know, I just found them very clear, whereas it felt like more challenging to kind of get through the textbooks that we had. This is 50 years ago. I guess I was a freshman in college in 1971, so more than 50 years ago. So anyway, so you mentioned central banking has experienced significant changes, and I'll just address that for a second. So many things about central banking haven't changed. Our dual mandate hasn't changed. We still use our tools to foster maximum employment and price stability. We did, though, make some changes during the pandemic, and during the global financial crisis, really. And that is our main tool, of course, is interest rates. We lower our federal funds rate to support economic activity when the economy is weak, and we raise it when inflation is building up and when the economy is strong. But in the global financial crisis, the negative shock was so big, we cut rates to zero, and the economy still needed more support. So we needed new tools, and we invented two of them. One of them was to buy longer-term Treasury securities, quantitative easing, and the point there was to lower long-term. When you buy something, you raise the price of it. When you raise the price of bonds, the interest rates go down. That's the way bonds work, and so lower long-term rates supported the economy, and that was the point of quantitative easing. We also started using forward guidance. So if you credibly tell market participants that you will hold rates low for longer than they think, then rates will move down in the economy now and support economic activity now. So we used forward guidance. So those are two things. The other thing I'll point to is just transparency. When I was in college, central banks were a lot about mystery and keeping everybody on the back foot. And so it's got to be 35 years ago or so, a bunch of economists sort of made the case that actually it's much better to be transparent, because if financial market participants, we work through financial markets in the sense that markets react and financial conditions get looser or tighter and become less or more supportive of economic activity. That's how our policies work and affect people's spending. So with more transparency, the argument was made, markets do that right away. If they actually understand what you're going to do, they don't even wait for the meeting. They know how the Fed is thinking. They know what the Fed will do, and financial conditions will change now. So, for example, we actually raised interest rates for the first time in March of 2022 in this cycle. But we started talking about raising rates in November. And by the time we actually did raise rates in March, the 2-year Treasury, which is a good indicator of where policy is going, had already gone up 200 basis points, or 2%. So in effect, financial conditions tightened well in advance of our actions. And that's a byproduct of this. That's something that's really changed.
So NVOS is running on
I
news.
don't
Thanks,
have anything
Steve.
specific for you on exact principles, but I will say that the intro level textbooks I've seen these days are quite good. And I shouldn't name them because it's a very competitive field. I don't want to get into that.
Thanks, Chair Powell. The next question we have is from Sam Kim, a clinical assistant professor at Georgia State University. Unfortunately, Sam cannot join us this evening, so I'll read his question. There is still a big discrepancy between textbooks and practices of central commercial banking. How can the Fed help narrow that gap?
Interesting. So it takes, when we do innovations, it takes time for textbooks to catch up, right? And I mentioned some of those. So the quantitative easing and forward guidance, it'll take a couple of editions for those to be well entered into all of the textbooks. Another one, and we monitor this. We actually did an analysis and published it, and we're there to help. By the way, we actually have we have people who work on helping textbooks get updated and helping teachers understand the latest things. The other thing is the way when we want to tighten policy, we raise the federal funds rate, which is just an overnight funds rate. But what happens is when we raise that rate, interest rates, financial market prices all over the economy and all over the world react to that. So corporate bond rates and mortgage rates, and everything goes up. Equity prices may come down. Other prices may move around. And that's really how it works. So, but what's the mechanic by which we raise the federal funds rate? So the federal funds rate is just the price, is the yield on reserves. And as many of you know, it used to be that we kept reserves scarce. So if we added reserves, interest rates would go down because there were more reserves and they weren't as scarce. Whereas if we pull reserves out, interest rates would go up. So that's the way we did it for a long time. We don't do that anymore. Now we have these administered rates. So, and I would say that's the number one thing that textbooks really haven't caught up on. They still talk about reserve scarcity and things like that. These are little things, though. I think that the principles that are in the textbooks I've seen are quite well done. But it's an interesting question.
Thank you. Our next question comes from Matt Jakes, teacher at Marquette University High School in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Matt?
Hello, Chairman Powell. Welcome from Marquette University High School in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. My question comes from my AP Economics students who would like to know, when you were taking undergraduate macroeconomics, what was your favorite topic to study? Thank you.
That's a hard question because for me that was literally 52 years ago. And there's been a lot of water under the bridge since fall of 1971. A particular topic from macro that I found interesting. Oh man, let me answer now what I think is what I think. I really can't go back that far, but I can tell you today that a particularly interesting area for people who want to study is labor economics. So one of the great things about the labor market is there's a lot of data. I think the best data we get for things, GDP is really hard to track, really hard to accurately track GDP. We do, our economists, and not here at the Fed, but the people who do that, they do a great job. It's very hard to get it right. Labor economics, you get wages, you get job creation, you get job openings, you get all this data. So it's very, very interesting. Of course, it's one of our two mandates. So I think it's a fascinating thing to watch the way the labor market evolves, and sometimes in very unexpected ways. So I don't know if that's probably not much in your basic macro textbook. I'm really struggling to find something from macro in fall of '71 that I remember. Maybe you can give me a list of 5 and I'll pick one. Can we do this multiple choice? Overall, though, I found micro quite interesting, to tell you the truth, as well. Micro is, I think for many students, micro makes more sense than macro. For my daughter, for example, she really liked macro. It was mostly math, and it made sense. How to firms price thing, the pricing your marginal cost and things like that was very intuitive to her. And then she took macro and decided not to major in economics. Despite my urgings, none of my 3 children majored in economics. So I can't help you with a specific one on that. But
Thank you. Next, we have a question from Penelope Santos Bates, a teacher and department chair at Queen Anne's County High School in Centerville, Maryland. Penelope, are you with us? Okay, I'll read the question for you. What do you like to do in your free time? Do you like sports? And who's your favorite teams? Sport to cheer for?
you know what I like to do in my free time these days is work. I'll get to a better answer, but I do spend a lot of time. There's quiet time at home on the weekends where I can really read, more of the background stuff. So, for example, read about AI and things like that, and so that's what I do. So that's for me very enjoyable. In terms of fun, I would mention several things. I have 2 little grandchildren, 2 little grandsons. A few hours from here, and my wife and I love to spend time with them. 2.5 and 1, well, not quite 1, 9 months. Also, spending time with friends. In terms of my own amusement, I'm an amateur musician. Emphasis on amateur. But I play the guitar and I play a lot. I play with friends and stuff like that. I also play sports. In terms of play various sports and try to stay fit. In terms of teams, I have to say like many people, I stopped following the local Washington team, but now that they've changed hands, and the team has changed hands, I'm back to being a fan of the Commodores. I'm very supportive of the new ownership and what they're trying to do, and I'm back to being a Commodore fan.
Thank you. All right, our final question comes from a teacher in the room, Alessandra Bakai is an AP coordinator and instructional lead teacher for Arlington Public Schools in Arlington, Virginia. Alessandra?
Thank you, Chair Powell. Other than taking micro and macro, what single piece of advice would you give high school students, particularly seniors, and as they embark on their next chapter?
Great question. So I actually have a couple of thoughts on that, if I can not limit myself. They all sort of fit together. But one thing is just life is a really long game. And, you know, you're 22, you're getting out of college, let's say, and you don't realize that most of your life is probably ahead of you. So one thing is just keep learning. You know, most of what you need to know and will know lies ahead of you, not behind you. You know that you know when you go to your 10th and 20th college reunions, you can really tell who is still learning stuff, who is still focused on keeping up with this world. I mean, the world changes so quickly these days. Not just technology. It's amazing how different the world is than the one that I graduated from in 1975 from college. So you've got to keep learning, keep reading, keep thinking. That's one thing. Another one is expect a lot of yourself. Think big. You know, I think there's so much opportunity. Set high standards for yourself and believe in yourself. You know, many people struggle with really believing in themselves, and they feel when they do succeed, they feel, you know, people call it imposter syndrome. I don't really deserve this. I mean, you need to believe in yourself. The other thing is, I'll shut up eventually on this, but the other thing is this: it's not a problem to change your life or your job or your mind about things. You know, in fact, if you're not doing that, then you're probably not doing the first thing, which is keep learning. And so, I mean, I'm someone who I went to law school because I didn't know what else to do, and I practiced law for a while. I liked it, but then I thought something else would be more. So I went into investment banking, then I went into private equity. In the middle of that, I served in the federal government. Like 3 or 4 times I've gone into the federal government for public service, and now I will have spent, you know, 16 or 17 years in the federal government. So I think you should think of yourself as flexible and able to do different things, and be confident that you can actually take something new on and do it. And it's some people are going to want to have one job, and that's their security, and they really want to do that. That's great. But if you're a person who wants to do different things, you can do that, and you shouldn't feel bad about changing your mind or changing your career, things like that. So that's what I'd say. I certainly did it.
Well, thank you, Chair Powell. Thank you, everyone, and thank you so much for joining us today. We appreciate the meaningful dialogue and importance of economic education. Resources to help aid our conversation we've had today are available on our social media channels and our website. And just a reminder, October is Economic Education Month, and the Federal Reserve Education Group has events planned throughout the month to celebrate it. More information is available on our website. And have a great evening. Thank you for joining us.
So October is Financial Education Month. Sounds like we have some things to teach them. Just saying. NVOS is busting. NVOS news is insane. I wish it would just like pop up here. But so NVOS signs master collateral transfer agreement. $1 billion collateral transfer through Black Sheep Trust. NVOS announced the trust. They've signed a $1 billion collateral transfer agreement for the purpose and general use of monetization by Novo for a period of up to 15 years. Okay. It's expected to occur in one or more transactions during the current fiscal quarter. That's very bullish. Okay. Wow. Okay, so that's a big cash injection. Are they short at all? %8 short. Time for liftoff. Let's go. Up 120% almost, 125. Busting. That's actually a really good point. NVOS stock deficiency. Okay, that's 2022. I hate using Yahoo, but we'll do it. So tomorrow they vote on a reverse split. That's why. Don't guys. I'm gonna tweet that out too. Just throwing that out there. It's very, very bullish news, but they're voting on a reverse stock split tomorrow. Are they trying to get to 1? That's a very good point. I mean, I didn't see the date that they have to be above $1 by on that form. Because I was just really looking for like a downside. And that right there is a downside. So I think that when people figure out that there's a reverse stock split, I think it might come back a little bit, but then I think that there will be upside to be had. I mean, yeah, they're not going to want a reverse split, but this could just be big money covering. Like, I don't want to give any hopium. You know what I'm saying? I spelled tomorrow wrong. Jesus. Someone's calling me. Hello? Okay, hold on one second. I already know what it's gonna be though. I think that they're doing something very, very similar to what TRKA is doing. Like they're basically like coming to. I'm not seeing any form here for today. You got an email? Can you screenshot it? Like we'll take you. Oh, okay. But what I think that they're doing is I think that they're basically just gonna go ahead and drive it down, and then try to acquire as much as they can, very, very quickly. And I think a lot of retail is gonna get screwed over because they're not gonna know when to profit take, when not to. But yeah, if you could screenshot that for me, that'd be dope. All right, thank you. Bye-bye. All right, so apparently there's a new form on T2. But, I mean, it's probably just CRG selling more. Yeah, it is. Honestly, that's to be expected. Not really worried. The scalps are still there. As long as it has the momentum and a lot of retail, I think it might be, it might keep offering opportunities. Why are CRG selling? That's the $1 million question, bro. Because if they're bullish on their investment, it would make no sense for them to sell. The only reason why I could think that they would want to sell would be, well, they wouldn't even want to, would be if they had other financial responsibilities that they had to handle. But, like, I haven't been able to really locate any supporting documentation. So, I'm just making money on scalps and playing it like that. Maybe, like, I'm keeping a very, very small position just to prove a point. Oh my god, that makes me sound so spiteful. So anyways, I just started scalping instead. But I'm keeping another holding at a decent average. It's not the best. And we'll see what happens. We shall see. NVOS might bust here again. Looks like it wants to go for another leg. We need some overall market pressure, though. Wow. The volume is insane. Chad, you're going to rake on your contracts if the market's going to move like this. Qs are starting to lift a little bit. I would just watch that tomorrow at open, that you don't, like, your contracts don't go down based on, like, the loss in implied volatility. So that's something that I would be paying attention to if I were you. Because if it doesn't move erratically, kind of like it's, starting to move right now, your IV is going to drop, and then the contracts are going to be worth, like, a lot less. So taking advantage of the IV pump might be beneficial, depending on what the Greeks are looking like upon open. And then obviously, like, whatever happens here in after hours and pre-market. I'm out. 46 cents. Nice. Did I see your Twitter message? No, I didn't. Give me 1 second. Nice. Nice. Let's go. Let's go. That clap goes out to Steve and Chad. That they just absolutely killed NVOS. Absolutely killed NVOS. Look at Nike. You're gonna kill your calls on Nike too, bro. I'm so proud of you. As weird as that sounds, like, I'm proud of you. Just because, like, that was a good one that a lot of us didn't talk about all day. And then, you just, say, hey, I have 95 calls. Like, okay. Damn. You're set. You're set with that type of movement if it continues. We need overall macro pressure, though. Same thing with NVOS, I'm feeling. It's great, but it needs macro pressure. Bro, you know where I learned most of my strategy. I'm just happy that you found something that you enjoy doing and you're good at it. Oh, man. NVOS, NVOS, NVOS. I'll be honest, the only thing keeping me on right now is the fact that Bitcoin's coming down towards the 200 on the 1 minute. Because if we bounce off that, we could see some serious upside. And T2 looks like it's getting tight as well again. Are we gonna break up or down is the question. She just moving sideways under average vol. And does NVOS take a break, or are we just gonna keep on straight up ripping? That's the big question. Nike's coming up on heavy resistance. You want to clear your 92 level? Uh, 50-cent resistance, and we need to get past that and make it support. Yeah, agreed. People are taking profit on NVOS. Well, I mean, you'd be stupid not to. But at the same time, how far is it going to break down before it just shoots right back up? I mean, we saw how it blew up like it did. I personally, I feel like they're going to have a sell-off, and then it's just going to engulf almost. If I were to guess. In fact, what I'll do is when they do drop it, if they do, I'll paper trade it, and we'll see. Bitcoin coming down towards the 200 EMA. Correct. I had to take profit. Been in the red for a while, and with that bid run up, it's guaranteed. Yeah, I mean, like, it's like the statistical likelihood. You had to. You'd be really, really stupid not to. Now it's like an inflection point. Like, they're trying to decide if they want to keep running it or if they're gonna, you know, like, yank the carpet out. It's like chilling. Hard down on Bitcoin. We might see this elsewhere. I mean, what's the RSI on this? RSI on NVOS is a 62 now. I mean, that cooled down from like 90, and it just traded sideways. Like, that's showing me extreme health. I really wouldn't be surprised if we just saw a leg up with no breaks. What the hell? It didn't fill? That's bullshit. Just fucking buy it at market. Sorry, I'm still getting used to this paper trading thing. I feel like it could be a lot of fun, though. Wish you could drag these. I could. Whoa, no, 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 fill me. Market, 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 market. What the fuck? Oh. Okay. Why not, right? Let's see if it takes another leg here. Nike? Go ahead for Chad. He deserves it. Go ahead, run it. Run it up. NVOS up 133% after hours. Wildin'. Wait, the way it's acting, I don't want to fill here. Hold on. I don't want to fill. Hold on. What's the RSI? Okay, RSI is still high. I do want to fill. Just fucking take the market. Buy market. Rejected off trade. Oh my god, I can't paper trade in after hours. That's bullshit. I didn't know that. That's lame. Okay. Look at Nike. Let's go. Come on. Yo, Chad. You might be very, very happy tomorrow morning. Just saying. Look how tight T2 is. It's just wrapping the EMAs. Bitcoin's trying up at the 200 EMA right there. Right. Nike. Go ahead. Do it for good pal Chad. NVOS, what doing? Bitcoin starting up. T2, I'm seeing green, but the bid didn't move yet. Nike's still moving towards 93 bucks now. Up almost 4% in after hours. RSI is 75. You're obviously going to be on top of the MACD. I kind of want to pay attention to volume on NVOS. Look how much volume they're doing at this level. It's almost like they're setting up a core position at this level. Let's actually mark that. Let's mark that. So right there, right before that drop off. Now here comes the drop that we talked about. Look at Nike. Go ahead. T2 starting to lift. Yeah, you're right on the money calling the pullback. That's true. I think it might come down though. I think it's gonna come down first. How is this reacting before the news? Wow. Look at that on a 15-minute chart. It's in what I like to call like the high heel. Comes down and then it just wraps around towards that bottom. So like like what I like the reason why I call it a high heel is because like as soon as it comes down, that's the low of the day. And then you see like the impulse up. And then it slowly comes down. And then that news just sent it parabolic. Now that is most likely going to leave a daily gap for tomorrow though. The downside. However, with that type of news, I mean, we filled it on the 1 minute, so we may not have to come down like that in order to cool off the chart a bit. You know what I mean? Nike is gonna go again as long as we get a micro or macro pressure. T2's green now in after hours. You're out of NVOS at 44 cents. I may get back in. We'll see. Great trade, bro. Great trade. Watch out if it comes down to VWAP. If it comes down to VWAP, that's when I'd pay extra attention to it. Because, like, if you come down, you may be able to get, like, a nice snipe in that range. What, do we have any kind of, like, resistance at 30 in the past? Yeah, right? Hold on, where are we? Oh, you know what? Fuck me. I knew about this play. And what? Oh my gosh. Because of that news, it may invalidate any potential gaps in here. See, like, I believe that there's a gap right there. Okay. So, I mean, there is still a gap to the downside. Just saying. But, like, it's coming down right now. Like, are they really going to be that brash about it? There's no way that they absolutely, like, rug pull this, right? Because that would be some shit. Like, the vote tomorrow is big already. Like, that should be weighing in your mind. In fact, I don't even know, because of the reverse split vote, I don't want an order sitting there. But, if they're voting on the reverse split tomorrow, I don't know. I think I'd want to be cash heavy and, like, just attack. Because right now, it's hot. I just don't know if it's done yet. Because that's a lot. That's a big news drop. It's not a small news drop. It's a big news drop. What's their market cap? Their market cap is only $32 million, right? And we're talking about $1 billion trust. $1 billion. It's a huge news drop. Three little soldiers. Double bottom on Bitcoin. I don't think it's done. I don't think everyone knows about this shit. Came after hours. FOMO will kick in. They really want this to $1. Yeah, but you got to keep in mind that the reverse split vote is tomorrow. So they might run this to $1, but then it might, like, come down heavy on reverse split, like, approval. So yeah, you can make a lot of money. Like, you're not wrong. But would I want to hold it overnight? That's my internal question. To me, that's the riskiest part of the trade. They can have the vote, but they don't have to do it, right? Correct. They should, if I'm not mistaken, they should establish a date. or they should have a, and this is something that you could look up if you're like heavy in it. They should have a deficiency date that they have to be above $1 by, and then it would be are they NYSE or NASDAQ? All right, they're NASDAQ. So with the NASDAQ, they only have to be above $1 for 2 consecutive weeks. So just 10 trading days. You're going to look it up? Sweet. I appreciate that. That could be like very, very helpful with the trade, depending on what the info is. I mean, right now it looks like it's going to move, depending if we get some macro pressure. But that's on the edge of falling right now, too. Then I could see people freaking out tomorrow over the news. Exactly. I think people are going to freak out on reverse split news. However, didn't something that just reverse split like yesterday or like the day before go insane? So like there have been botched reverse splits. I think that's something that we have to keep in mind as well. Now, I don't know if they're botched or like coordinated. I think coordinated would be a better term. But they've been going against what the market's been doing for like the past, 2 years? Year and a half? I feel like at first they really didn't change the market. Like when a bunch of retail rushed to the market, I feel like they didn't change much of it. And that was their fatal flaw. They waited way too long. I would have never taken the time to learn what I learned. Like, I took what I knew to the extreme. And I'm sure so many other people did that. Like, I don't, but I feel like I have a degree in, like, and I don't even want to say like a degree in economics because that's very strong and like I didn't work for that. But I've sat in front of the computer for hours upon hours upon hours and just like studied shit like Investopedia. You know what I mean? It's just like these trends in the market that we're seeing though, just you could see that they're switching algos up. So it's, and then like they're coming to like a trigger point where it's like you're trying to guess which algo it's going to be. I don't know. Maybe that's me trying to front run things. That could totally be it. But in my defense, my trading plan allows me to take extra risks where I see fit. I don't know. I just feel like I could outtrade the average Joe. And, like, I don't want to sound cocky. It's just, like, I've spent time in the market. Is this really going to bounce like that off the 48? Because if so, very bullish. I pretty much like drew that as like an extension of this Elliott wave. In case you guys were wondering what I was doing. Because it's in the Sonic R right now. T2 is trying to get out of the gauze band. See, I'd be okay with this if Bitcoin decoupled from, like, Bitcoin, or from SPY and the keys. I'd be totally okay with this. But the Qs are dropping like a rock at the moment. And it seems like Bitcoin is front-running them price action-wise. T2, look. This seems algorithmic. Bye, T2. Just the buy. Look at the indecision. See, this is why candle structure is so important. Indecision, 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 indecision. Upwards, indecision. The gauze band flips. Bang, bang. Here we go. Now we're facing this resistance. And we are light on volume still. There it goes. There it goes. Nike, there you go, Chad. Now we're going to work every level here. So we're probably going to have resistance right here. And then obviously near the high of the day. If it does what I think it's capable of doing. NVOS is dropping. Whew. NVOS might be a steady ride down. You guys think that it was a coincidence that they dropped that news and then the votes tomorrow? I don't. I don't know. I don't have a horse in the race, so that's just my unbiased opinion. Well, look at T2 though. I don't believe in coincidences. Yeah, me either. That's why I said, yeah, that's why I said what I said. Look at T2. Let's go. Now, if T2 doesn't clear $1 by November 6th, and that's a stretch. Like, T2 is only trading at, it's sub 20 cents right now. If they aren't anywhere near $1 come November 6th, I would personally feel as if I was foolish to still be holding simply because of, like, what's been going on with reverse splits. However, like I just said 5 minutes ago, like, there have been some reverse splits that have actually run, like, within, like, the last couple weeks. So, I guess I would keep a close eye, but, like, I personally love it for, like, the day trading aspect. Like, the momentum is there. I mean, the tech is great, but I want to see them, like, you know, pump out, like, a positive EBITDA quarter or something. And this whole reverse split stuff, yeah, that sucks. Nike, Bollinger Band's tight again. NVOS on the 48. We'll see if it'll stay above it there. I want Bitcoin to bounce before that supplies. I came right into the supply as soon as I said that. T2. NVOS will be good for day trades the next little while. Yeah, that might be very valid. T2 is just cheaper, so you can make a high. You can make and lose a higher percentage a lot quicker sometimes by like smaller, like amounts of inflow. However, now NVOS has the fundamental edge heavily. So, what's the market cap of NVOS right now? Let's see. 32 mil. Wow, actually no, T2 is more expensive. I lied. I'm sorry. I thought NVOS was like 300 and some. Market cap is 59. I thought it was like 60, but yeah. That's bad. There, that's my bad. Sorry, guys. That'd be something though if they came up to $1 before that vote tomorrow. I'm not gonna go ahead and say it's impossible, but I will say it's highly unlikely. Like you have to think about like the statistical side of it, and then even if they did run it to $1, that doesn't guarantee that they're gonna vote no, because a lot of the people that vote like have preferred shares that carry better voting rights, and then you have to think about all the people who are gonna ignore voting. We really don't want to lose Bitcoin. I want to see volume on NVOS. As it trades 40 cents. Wow, up to 58 million. Alright, so let's see how the Bollinger Bands are. Alright, Bollinger Bands are nice and tight on NVOS. At least getting tighter there. It's setting itself up. Here we go. It's setting itself up. Where are the lows at? Alright, so there's a wick right there. Let's see if it violates that line. Where my crosshair is. Ah, shit, Bitcoin. Let me just zoom down. Okay. Oh, it's dealing with the 48 EMA. That's all. I like how it bounced off the line, though. Bounced right off the trend line, like as if it was kind of like a support. And it looks like it's, yeah, starting to move up off the 48, hopefully. Oh, nope. That could be like a spinning top, but opposite. I forget the name of that candle. Jesus. You guys know what I'm talking about. Yeah, and yep. Watch to the up. Can I buy an after hours just paper trading? Does anyone know? Market. I don't see a setting to change it either. Here's what we're gonna do, guys. Yo, so I'm live. Obviously not financial advice. this was alerted by Steve, and that was way down here. Now it seems to be riding the 4080 EMA. But they just got great news. It's about $1 billion in funding over the next 15 years. Now, it did say that that over the next quarters, I believe it was over the next quarter, they had to, it was one or more, it said. So they could buy, more than one if they choose to. But it is for the maturity date of 15 years. Here's a look at their chart on a longer time frame. So I have a heavy resistance line marked up at 45 cents, at 5 cents away. Ignore all this. There was a gap, but it got filled. I was just messing with a buddy. But yeah, I'm seeing 50 cents, or well, 45 cents, psychologically 50 cents. And then my indicator's telling me 54 cents, approximately. But then, I mean, we have all these fib levels in between, so. Now, that's on the 4 hour. I mean, I could break it down to a 1 hour. Here you go. The double bottom right there. Actually went lower than my supply line. Right there. See, it went to the bottom of the indicator, which was 0.2 of a penny off. NVOS is an interesting one. Let's see. Let me just go ahead and pull this for you guys. Let's see. So the current cap is $32 mil, it's saying. And then I believe the short was like 6.5 earlier. Wow. Okay, so now it's reading as 8.74%. Cost to borrow average is 42%. 0 shares available to borrow as per Interactive Brokers. I just feel like, I don't know. I feel like they ran the chart so hot that they're going to want to, I don't know. The news just seems so, like, too good to be true, and I feel like they may go ahead and shake the trees a little bit, but overall, I do like the news, and I wouldn't be surprised if it didn't come down off that 48. I mean, it may just drop and, follow this trend line. But she's cupping nice. It's excellent news. It's just these news cycles, they're hard to read. This was an excellent play, though. So everybody should thank Steve. And then you should like and sub, because I would appreciate that. But yeah, that's for all my NVOS fam out there. Later, guys. What up, D's nuts? How are you, bro? I just figured I'd tape that to, post something. Bro. Thank you. Thank you very, very much. Finger made a nice leg today. Chad, are you cool if I drop Nike for the time being? Just yell at me if it moves. You out more 40 cents? Word. Finger did make a nice little move, didn't it? You almost want it to like double bottom though. If I'm reading my indicators correctly. You almost like, all right, so on a 3-minute, it looks like you want to come down to at least here. But then in all reality, you might have to meet the 48 EMA a little bit lower, right? And then on a 1-minute, you close like you did, which was very strong. But now, if you're looking at it from the Elliott wave, right? Most people are thinking it's coming down at least a little bit. And you might get, like, real lucky if there's continuation. Because, like, if this comes down and double bottoms off the 200, think about how strong that would be. But if you're just DCAing though, that's totally different. Totally different in my opinion. Just saying. I'm greedy too, bro. Yo, give me 1 second. I gotta let Bella out again. That reminds me, I gotta grab a Lucky in a few too. Look at T2 though. Like, okay, I see you. I just want to go ahead and say that yesterday I made a video talking about how T2 was very, very scalpable. And you could have bought T2. Well, actually, wait, sorry. Day range is on the side. You could have bought T2 for less than 15 cents today. And it's currently trading after hours at 19 cents. Bang! I love when my timing is like that. Feels really good. Bitcoin, Bitcoin, Bitcoin. Didn't quite make it down to view up. Close. That's fine. We want to stay above view up anyway. Can you let me know if Finger does something too, please? potential opportunity here, maybe? Bitcoin might come down more. I hope we don't lose view up. Come on, Bitcoin. Curious. Damn it. I said I wasn't going to buy more T2, but seeing this movement, I was able to get more with the profit of NVOS. Oh, I mean, it's house money, right? I've been starting to put profits into crypto. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but so far it's been a good thing. Now, crypto takes a lot of research, though. Like, it's not just, you know, throwing it in something and, you know, hoping and praying. You could probably literally make a college course out of crypto. I bet you if this fills this drawing. If it doesn't engulf, yeah. NVOS. Let's see. Up 108 right now. XRP. I'm not saying for you to do anything. You make your own decisions. I think that buying XRP at 50 cents is like buying Bitcoin at $100. Or cheaper. On a percentage basis. Because, like, say that Bitcoin goes up $10. That's a what? A point something, 0.0 something percent move. If XRP went up, let's say $1, I mean, you're literally doubling the price on top of what, like, you're already holding. And Swift has been, like, steadily tweeting ISO compliance. And if you don't know who Swift is, you should look it up. It's the Swift banking system. It's basically just how things are done. Now, my dark horse crypto is XDC. They have a partnership with the NASDAQ. However, XRP is on the same level as Bitcoin when it comes, like, to the SEC. That's what that whole lawsuit was over. Alright, XRP starting to lift. How does XDC actually look now that I'm thinking about it? Oh, wrong thing. XDC. Ooh, choppy, under 5 cents. Wow. I've been averaging up on this since it was 2.5 cents. I just bought it at like 4.9 though, so I'm not gonna buy it again. Nike went again? Okay. Nike did go again. Sick. Good for you, man. I'm happy for you. Let's go. Dubs for Chad. And then hopefully some dubs for us, Steve, as well on T2. Look at Nike. Holy fuck, you're about to go in the money, dude, at this rate. You're almost in the money, bro. Good for you. Good for you. Should you exercise? I would I can't tell you what I would do but if I was sitting with 95 calls, the first thing I would do in the morning is I would sell them on the IV pump, and then I would reevaluate it 10 minutes later. Because with options, you could play cool, calm, and collected, as opposed to stock. You're trying to like rush into something and then rush out of something. With options, it's like you're taking a much more precise, calculated risk. As far as exercising goes, I mean, dude, you know me. You know what I'm gonna say, what I would say. Like, would I want that money working for me and like be liquid, or would I want to be tied to like something like this? Now, maybe that's just the way that I trade. They are a good long hold though. I mean, yeah, it's a legacy brand, bro. And strong fundamentals, yeah. But it's a legacy brand. It's not going away. Not going away anytime soon. Yep, go ahead. Bust. Do it. Do it, do it, do it, do it. See NVOS trying to spin on the MAs right there. Bitcoin's working on the 4080 MA. And you were always 2 months. Wait, what was I 2 months out on? T2? Oh, Nike. My dude is literally about to slide in the money right now. Chad's option call is in December. Yeah, absolutely. That was genius. Especially if you didn't pay that much for like the difference in theta. Now, would it be better to have like, I don't know, 95s for next week? Yeah. Like, let's call it what it is. But great call nonetheless. If I'm not mistaken, you could actually sell the same put or sell the same call, right? No. Sorry. So you'd sell the put at the same price or less, and then now double check this on Investopedia, please. But you could then sell spreads if you really wanted to. And if you sell spreads, you are hedging. Like, say that you sell, I don't know. Let's say that you profit take 4 of them. You're in the money, bro. Congrats. Let's say that you profit take 4 of them, and then you sell a put. You, depending on the price, you then keep the in-between. And you could also cut your loser, which is another benefit. Thanks, Steve. As soon as you called NVOS, I jumped right in. It's awesome. Yeah, NVOS has been kind of just waiting. I feel like we all knew that there was gonna be a pop, but like, I didn't keep any money there. I'm happy for Steve though. I think after the whole TRKA T2 nonsense, I'm just gonna go back to trading like I used to. And whether or not you guys want to do that with me is going to be completely up to you. But I just do better when I'm by myself. But what I will do is I will go ahead and I will, now that I've like figured out this paper trades thing. One unfortunate thing is I can't find an options on the paper trade. Look at NVOS. But like I'll call it out via trade on here, most likely after I do something. That way, like, it's not like I'm hiding anything. You know what I mean? But like I just feel like I've been catering to, some things, even if they're not profitable to me, and financially that doesn't make sense. No, I'm using what's it called? I'm using TradingView for paper trade. That way you guys could see it. I know that Webull has paper trading on options, but I don't want to switch back to their UI after being at TradingView. Talk about fucking first world problems, huh? Look at Nike. Jesus. Clear 100. Yeah, look after yourself, bro. Do what's best for you. Yeah, no problem. Didn't know they had paper trading, but they should give options. They should, but they don't. I mean, it's better than nothing though. And I don't know how I didn't even realize it like a while back, but today I was just sitting here. I was like, okay. And then, I don't know, with a few clicks, I was just, able to take whatever I wanted. So I figured it would be like a good tool for us to learn from. Because I'm learning too. Like, I've been doing this for a while, but like I don't stop learning. You're always going to learn something new. Look at Nike right now. Jesus. It closed at $89. You bought 95s, and it's literally going to clear 96, it looks like. Holy shit. Then there's 96. Whew. Wow. Whoa, whoa, wee, whoa. NVOS hanging out around the 4080 MA still. T2 just underneath an old fib line. Bitcoin's trying up though. Here we go. Let's see, RSI on Bitcoin is a 52 and it's trying to cross the MACD. We're also trying to cross the MACD on the Qs. RSI on Bitcoin's at 52, RSI on the Qs is at 55. Currently up 7.68% on T2, and we're at 96.29 on Nike. NVOS up 110. Let me let Bell out real quick. Might be. T2? Come on, baby. Make that move. Make the move. Lots of indecision there. Come on. Alright, so this is not what I want to see. I want to see strength right here. I don't want that to be the 5th Elliott wave, because then that signals that there should be a corrective pattern. I want to see a push in Bitcoin, because a push in Bitcoin may invalidate this. However, we do have to cross that old fib line, which is important, because this thing has been like on point with the fibs. Let's see. Trying towards the fib. Go ahead. I'm wondering why T2 is running now. Tim, what up? I can't tell you whether or not to buy Snap, but before I was looking at Snap myself. That's a decision that you have to make, though. And I like Snap as like a technology hedge almost. It's like I feel like it's like there's nowhere safe in tech, but like at these prices with the gap opportunities, I don't know. And I do enjoy reading their chart. Their chart is pretty easy to read. I'm about to get the 1348 on Bitcoin right here. T2 is gonna bust. We gotta take out that fib. Yep, the Qs and Bitcoin are both crossing over too. Let's see. What's SPY doing? You know what? Let me pull it up on the other chart instead. SPY. SPY is at 428.65. Just underneath the 4080 EMA. Oh, and in between the 200. I didn't see that there. Interesting. It is underneath the MACD and the RSI on it to 49. Look at Nike. Jesus. $97. Yo, Chad, congrats, bro. What a great play. What a great play. Nobody even talked about that they had earnings today. I didn't hear one person bring it up, and I didn't look myself. Wow. And the IV was probably so low because it barely moved, right? I mean, the day range was 88.66 to 89.79 or 78. So like, the IV was probably like really low on it too. And now tomorrow morning the IVs are going to be jacked, and you're going to be in the money at this rate. So, like, that's how it's done. That's how it's done. We have NVOS up 115 almost. The EMAs are straightening out, and the Bollinger Bands look kind of tight. Let's see. Look at Nike. My God. It's going to clear 100 at this rate. 97.50. T2's got to take out that fib. I'm telling you. That's what's holding it back right now. That and the fact that 13 needs to cross the 48 and we need to get out of the supply zone. Bollinger Band's getting tighter on T2. NVOS headed up. Nice little cup there. Nike just doesn't want to stop. NVOS. Ow. What's volume at? Let's see. Wow, it's all the way up to 64 mil. This was like low 20s when we were looking at it before. Wow. Nike's wave cooling off, their RSI is just staying stagnant at the moment, it seems like. Let's see. RSI on it is currently 79. Here comes Bitcoin. All right, let's get some macro pressure going. Let's see. Remember, tomorrow is the end of the fiscal year. Very, 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 very important. It only happens one time a year, right? So, keep that in mind. Here comes Bitcoin. Let's go. Here's a 200 EMA though. Just under 20 cents here on T2. RSI cooled off on NVOS to a 54. It's up 115 right now. Oh, the bid slid up to the fib line on T2. Nike, that's very, very bullish. Immediate retrace. Like, okay. That's some momentum. Spies lifting. It's sitting in an inverted hammer right now. Let's go. Let's go. I know I'm drawing through this. It engulfed. That's why. Nike again. 97.50. Up 8.6%. At $97 a share, there must be some pretty heavy hitters moving this after. Yeah, well, it's the end of the fiscal year, bro. Like I said, everyone's paying attention right now. Everyone's paying attention. What's up, Sid? How you doing, Doc? Look at Nike right now. My God, 97.50. I do think that tomorrow people are going to take profit on those options, like kind of like the ones like Chad has, just because of the IV. Started a new job. Oh, that sucks. Why do you say that, though? Like, what makes them that way? NVOS trying again? T2 still underneath that fib line. That's blue. They are for gender affirming care. What? Yo, if I were you, I'd sign up. Yo, Spy's ripping. I personally, I would sign up, and I would say that, like, you have a hard time dealing with all of these different, like all these different genders. And how do you operate in today's society without offending anyone? And then that way you get paid for sensitivity training, basically. That's what I would do. Like, if they want to go ahead and they want to be like that, okay. Look at Spy, my God. Ripping into your end? I hear you, but the easy workaround is just call them by their name. Yeah, but then if you got fired that way, you could sue the ever-living shit out of them. And you'd make more money than you could make 10 years working there. Not financial advice, obviously. Look at Spy. Come on. Get up there. Like, if they fired you over that, do you understand, like, what would go on? You would be technically being fired for taking advantage of something that they put into place in order to make people feel better. So you would basically, you would be the perfect example as to why I personally believe that that's stupid. And you'd make a shit ton of money in the process. But again, something I would do. I am not like most people. I think outside the box. Like, pay me to do your sensitivity training. Like, great. And then if you fire me because of it, then, like, that's on you. Trust me, I would love that setup. It's very tricky, man. Well, I mean, if it was easy, everyone would do it, though. You know what I mean? Plus, our current administration is superseding facts. Yeah, but what you would do, though, is you would, you could go ahead and you could, like, postpone through your lawyer until after the election cycle. Just saying. Yeah, but you could postpone until after the election cycle. And that something like that may not end up in small claims court, because that would be breach of policy on behalf of the company. Look at fucking Nike. My God. Chad, look at you, bro. Look at you. Look at Spy. Whew. Come on. Get up there and hold it. Get up there and hold it. NVOS is creeping its way. I don't know. Maybe that's me calling people out on their bullshit. Like, I personally think that that's a complete waste of resources. I think that people should be able to, like, conduct themselves in, like, a proper, like, way. And if they blew me off for wanting to take advantage of that, there would be an issue. Call me an opportunist. Like, I'm a man of my word. Are you a man of yours? That's the way I think of things. You know? So, you would just be doing that on a corporate level. Wow, NVOS up 117. Crazy. T2? Like, I want to get off, and then I just see these fucking, like, bids, like, starting to slide up. Like, okay. You want to play that game? I'm okay with it. NVOS through the 48. Oh, T2, critical level. T2. We might be on a one-way ticket topside. Go ahead. If we could clear this stuff, come on, get up there. Up, 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 up. The fib is huge. Take that. Some SPY pressure would help too. Come on. Ooh, the bid moved up. Let's go. All right, do that yellow line next, please. Go ahead. Go ahead, T2. I hate when I do this to my freaking computer. Hopefully I didn't pop it out. I think I did. Son of a bitch. I have a like my keyboard like holder. Sometimes it pops off the bracket. And I think I just did that. Yeah, I did do that. Son of a gun. Oh well. I'll fix it in a second. Don't mess with it. Oh, look at good. Well, luckily I keep my streaming stuff on my what's it called? On my laptop. So I could still keep this up and live while I screw with this bracket issue. Look at T2. Let's go. All right. That's heavy. Let me take that off. Let me take this off. Yeah, this bracket is such a pain in the ass to deal with. I feel like I do it like once a week, to be quite honest. I should probably get a new desk. Who the fuck is calling me? Where's my phone? Hey. Hey. Oh, yeah, I'm watching T2. Yeah. Yeah. You bump. Awesome. Let's go. I said, let's go. I knew I was accurate with that fucking video last night. I knew we were I knew we were close. All right. Well, let me let you go. Uh-huh. Well, how do you tell me to dial you if something goes crazy when NVOS is up like 115% and T2's up like 17%? Okay, well, awesome. So like how do I like when do you want me to call you? Well, there's news on NVOS. Okay. Okay. All right. If I see something, I'll let you know. All right, bye. That was confusing. Ah, man, this desk. It's getting the bracket to sit just right and having the book go in at the same time. Oh, man. I keep slipping the ball bearings on this fucking laptop, or this desktop thing. Bang. Bang. Alright, that's SPY. I want to look at T2 percentage. Alright, 17. Alright, let's see if I can get it this time. Oh, man. Man, I get one in and then the other one pops out. Oh, did I get it? I just gotta slide it through the ball bearings, I think. I might have it. Did I get it? Oh, I didn't get it. Son of a bitch. Yo, who's playing football tonight? Alright, later, bro. Does anyone know who's playing tonight? Go, T2. Nah, come on. Up. Up, 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 up. Not back to the fib. Spy's still going. We have some life. Ooh, I might have got my desk. I think I did. Sweet. Alright, cool. Alright. Now where did I put that mouse? Well, I feel like a dumbass. I lost my wireless mouse. Oh, there it is. It just fell. Okay. Spy? Come on. More life or no? Coming up on an average volume, too. That's good. Nike. Trying to stay away from that 4080 MA. I wish I would slide up there. T2 up 11%. Still holding above the fib, which I'm happy with. Nike. That's aggressive. Come on. Currently at 97.20 on Nike. Go ahead. Right out of the descending wedge. We might drop the gauze band here on NVOS. Oh. Guys, I'm actually gonna hop off. I appreciate y'all. Whoever's still with me. But until tomorrow, guys. And I'm gonna pay very, very close attention to NVOS and NVOS's movements because of the vote. Just throwing that out there. I'm also gonna be paying attention to my usual levels on T2. Also, I personally bought more XRP and XDC last night, but that's because I have strong conviction in the SWIFT banking system and the end of the year, which I could be completely wrong about. But I don't know. You guys just know I like being transparent with you. So, until tomorrow, guys.